Okay, one, two, three. One, two, three. Kind of a quick start. Are we good? I think we're good. Okay, what's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Hope you guys are well. Welcome to the stream. You, what are you doing, man? Give me all that stuff. What'd you do? You just go out and started harvesting stuff? You caught me off guard there. I was trying to record more of this book that I'm working on, but man, like, it's the longest of sentences. Older books, man, are annoying. Or at least this person. Hey, Papa, what's happening? Oh, dude, what were we supposed to do from last night? I was supposed to get you in the guild, wasn't I? Any chance you're an AVP? You got your map piece? Dude, fantastic. Good stuff. Now you just gotta camp the updates. You got him to 7, you got a cleric to 6? Okay. It's tough soloing a chanter. Hey, yeah, for sure. For sure. Both a chanter and a cleric, I believe, are going to be a little difficult to solo. What's that? Come to the orange. Charm will be interesting. I guess we don't need that open. I shall do that. I had just jumped in and they'd sent me a tell. Or Val had sent me a tell and asked me if I'd tank for them, so I said okay. Excuse me. They really need to fix this so that my bow doesn't keep primarying to my slot. See? The helm looks nice. It reminds me of Dead Space. I'm a huge fan of the Dead Space franchise, and that reminds me of the Dead Space helmet. I like the one from Hangor better, the one with the horns. How you guys in chat doing anyways? What's going on? How's your guys' Monday? I had a section of shingle on my front step, and that's not cool. That tells me that I've got a problem with my roof now. Not good. I have to look into that first thing tomorrow. I don't know if I'd be telling a joke or not if I were to say don't ever own a home. Because man, when stuff breaks down, forget about it. Used to grow up with home ownership in the head as being the main goal of everybody. No, my opinion has changed. My opinion has changed. We might have a roughly a half hour to an hour late start the rest of this week. When I get home now after work, I'm trying to get one of these chapters. If you want to call them chapters, they're more like sagas. But I'm trying to get each one of these chapters recorded this week so I can get the whole book at least recorded and then go in and make my edits and whatnot over the weekend. So because of that, from the time I get home, we might have start times around 8 p.m. Eastern as opposed to 7 p.m. Eastern. Just to let you guys know. I mean, I'm sure, obviously, if you follow the channel, you'll be notified when I go live, but it just might be a little late this week. Just had your roof replaced? Covered by insurance? How so? Was it damaged, like, did you have a storm, Uke, or? Was your roof just coming up to age and... Oh, wind damage. Gotcha. It was nearly 20 years old, so we're surprised it was covered. Mine has just hit mine's hit the point of it needs to be replaced for insurance coverages. I should look into that. I don't know if my insurance. Oh, I mean, I don't really deal with insurance and crap that happens to the house. I usually just end up researching and fixing it. I should look into that. Lord knows I've given them enough money. If you go up to Campfire 1, which is the standard entrance, you could probably do it 22, 23. I think the mobs there at the entrance are between 24 and 26. So in a group, you'd be looking at probably 22. You could start there. You'd have to be really good with the pulling. You'd have to be really specific with the pulling because it can get really messy, especially with the lookouts. Oh, well, in that case, yeah, you probably don't want to fight through the region. You probably just want to skirt the outside. Dude, with Spirit of the Wolf and Windstrider now, the amount of distance you can cover is crazy. I think he's saying you're almost good. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum. You had a company have to do an estimate, and they brought it up, which worked for us. So you didn't even know that you could use your insurance. Is that it? I'm intrigued. I'm gonna have to look into it. Yeah. I gotta look into that. Bum, bum, bum. Hey, Games, what's happening? Welcome back, man. It's going. We had some guildmates reach out to me and ask if I'd tank for them for a bit, so I said, sure, let's go. Waiting for the next troll to pop by here and see if they can get a rise out of me. About 5 months shy of 20 years, figured it was too old. Gotcha. I have no idea where I'm going. I have to follow these guys. I am what you would call geographically challenged. Self-labeled. Self-diagnosed. Oh, zone wall. That's the easiest way into EP as well. It's a lengthy run, man. Man, such a long trip. I mean, oh, I got aggro. And we are here. Are they planning mounts? So, okay, so this is a point of contention with me. I don't want mounts of any type, period. Because the whole point of this game, it's supposed to be dangerous. As you're traveling, as you're running through the zone, you're supposed to have your head on a swivel. You're supposed to be ready for anything, and if you're not paying attention, you deserve aggro and you deserve to die. With that said, a whole lot of people are complaining that there aren't any mounts in the game. So I believe mounts are coming to the game. My concern with the mounts are going to make the players faster than the enemies, which means the game is no longer dangerous. I hope that doesn't happen. And you guys can't convince me otherwise. This game does not need mounts. We don't need mounts. It's supposed to be dangerous. It's supposed to take time. But again, that's just me. That's just my opinion. This game does not need mounts. So, the map is also a minor point with me, and I only say this because I had to spend 6 weeks, roughly a month and a half, in Thronefast. I know the zone. I don't need a map. I don't need to look anything up. I know Thronefast like the back of my hand. AVP, I know most of the AVP layout now. Yes, it takes time, but you will learn. You will be running and you will see a rock or a tree or a creature type or something that'll say, oh, I'm supposed to go there and then there and then there. You will figure out where to go. I promise you, you will figure out where to go, but you have to spend time paying attention to your surroundings. Don't just worry about getting in a group and running straight to your group and then being with your group and killing stuff with your group and then leaving and going, what the hell did I just do? Right? Where was I? It's all about waypoints. I still get turned around in AVP in a couple of situations, but for the most part, if I know where I'm going, I can get there without any help from anybody. So it is possible, and it will happen to you. I don't have, photographic memory? I don't have none of that nonsense. But if you do it enough, you'll know. I think it will take some finesse on the dev side to figure out a way to add them. If they can put mounts in for possibly aesthetics and storage space, I get it. But if it changes movement speed, you better speed up all the enemies in the game. The second you make the player faster than the content, the game is garbage. Period. And I can say that. I won't have much interest to play the game if I can just run past all the aggro and never worry about getting aggroed, dying, getting knocked off my mount, getting snared, whatever. But again, that's just my feelings. Biggest complaint is the no map issue, yeah. So you could buy a ticket and then AFK for a couple minutes to get closer to something. One good thing about mounts. Skins, mounts can bring... Right, and that's just it. For the whole aesthetic part, it could bring in some money. And I'm sure they're looking at that. I'm sure if they bring mounts in, there's going to be a financial cost to them. Which makes sense. Wild's End could use a couple more key points to make it easier to see the area. Well, now, see, that's the thing. So if you think of 4 segments like a sandwich, right, like a BLT, the left side is Wild's End, Eastern Plains, and Southern Plains. Because those are newer zones, they're not fully fleshed out, so there aren't all the waypoints, points of interest, and quest lines to get you to go to all the different areas yet. Thronefast is pretty much fully fleshed out. Thronefast has been in for the longest time. Thronefast is, for the most part, done. AVP is pretty much almost done. So they are getting there, but with Wild's End, Eastern Plains, and Southern Plains being on the other side of the continent, they still need time. They will get there, though. You will have no problem finding your way around and doing quests and whatever else. I think they actually just brought in a couple of people, and I think one of them is actually the individual who works on the quest lines, maybe? I think. That's right, Ronik. You're right, Uke. That's who it is. Oh, that was easy. Are we done now? Are we done now? I still don't know how to get from Wild's End to Thronefast. You and me both, my friend. I can't get from Thronefast to there, and I can't get from there to here. Or there to there. But I can get from Thronefast to AVP, I can get from AVP to Eastern Plains, or Southern Plains, and that's it. And then I think you just run across, you try and stay across the mountains and run around towards Eastern Plains, I think. And that's the whole point. The whole point of them teleporting in for a wizard and druid is so that people can get from one side of the continent to the other. I mean, it's EQ. That's what EQ was all about. You know, people don't have any justification to complain about travel in the game, because the travel is just like it was in EQ. If you played EQ, you need to keep your fingers closed and stick to playing the game. I mean, go ahead. Go to South Karana, run to East Karana, and let me know how that goes. How long it takes. How many years you did it. Excuse me. Well, sir. That came out of nowheres. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum. What are we on? We're on sword, right? 51 and 51. What else needs leveling? Dagger. Oh, I can't change during combat. This is going to be bad. Trying to tank with the dagger. Don't need the yell, Stogrim. Jeez, man. What's going on? Don't yell at me. We're, what are we? 16? We're 16 currently. This is your first tune as a ranger, right, Fran? I've only grouped with, I only knew 2 other rangers on the other server. How are you feeling with the ranger as far as it being like a DPS class? How can you know you're the worst ranger on the server? That don't mean nothing. I get critiqued too. But as far as DPS, like, do you find, like, are you doing DPS that you feel is solid? Or do you think that the ranger needs some work? Do you keep up with, like, a rogue? Or do you know if you do? I only ask because I have a couple viewers who are interested in the ranger, and I don't really have any information. The one guy I used to talk to all the time kind of got, well, he stopped playing. I definitely would. I would like to have whatever input about the ranger, just so I could tell a couple of viewers when they get back in touch with me. What? Do you feel that it's fluid enough? Right. That's another reason why I was asking. I'm interested in Ranger. Need to level yours. Papa, you in AVP? I don't see you in his. No. Oh wait, me, Papa? I'm in Wild's End. I'm on the other side of the continent. Ranger, in my opinion, does not pick up until level 10. Okay. Well, hey, you know my rule about playing a class. I tell everybody, when you figure out a class and you play it, you need to take it to level 15. No exceptions. You don't get it to 6 or 7 and say, oh, this isn't for me, I'm going to play something else. You're going to do yourself disjustice. You need to take your character to 15. All the classes. By the time you hit 15, you'll have unlocked 2 or 3 different dungeons you can jump into. You'll have all the information you need for how your class plays out. But take your tunes to 15. No exceptions. Don't take them to 10. Don't take them to 5. Don't take them to 8. 15, bare minimum. I thought you were an AVP. I ran all the way to get the go. Oh no, dude. We ported out before you got here. Okay, hang on. I'm just gonna see if anybody's. I'm gonna see. Are you still an AVP? Let me see if somebody's an AVP. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay, you're still an AVP. It was Chant, right? Papa Chant? Okay, hang on a second. Hey, Kaio, I just sent a tell to your Kaio tune in AVP. If you could do an invite. What's the command? I kept trying last night and it wasn't... I tried that. And then I tried it as 2 words. Oh, gotcha. Okay. That's why my invite didn't work last night. You gotta capitalize the first letter of the player's name. I didn't know that. That's the first thing I ask my viewers. They keep telling me, what should I play? And I'm like, I don't know. What did you play before? I love the fact they added the engage disengage on the ranger because it makes it more more active rather than just stand in the back flinging arrows. So there is a fabled character in this game, and I'm going to call him Bob for the sake of this story, because I'm not going to say his actual his tune's name. So a year and a half ago, or whatever, during seasons, I came across this ranger who kept leaving corpses everywheres in the game. Everywheres. He had 2 or 3 corpses at the well in Avelia. He had 5 or 6 corpses in AVP. He had 7 or 8 corpses spread all throughout Thronefast. Every day I logged in, I tripped over one of his corpses. Never met the person. I tripped over every one of his corpses. There were hundreds, if not 1,000 different corpses in the period of seasons of this one dude. Fast forward to early access. Early access starts, what, like almost 3 months ago? Okay, the same server that I roll on, I found 2 of this person's corpses at the well in Avelia, and I thought, there's no way we ended up on the same server. What are the odds? Anyways, we're in Hangor, and we're up at the Seer camp. Oh, hang on. Can you mez the other one? Okay, so we're up in Hangor, and we're at the Seer camp, for those who know. For those who don't know, the Seer camp is up on top of this mountain range, and there's a pretty steep cliff that you have to traverse to get up there, at least to get on the back side of it. So we're up there fighting Seers. Now, anybody who's played a ranger is going to know this. If you're not careful with positioning when you engage and disengage, that jump can get you in a lot of trouble. So, one Saturday evening, I'm sitting here playing. This was about a month ago, I think, maybe 3 weeks ago. And we're up at the Seer camp, and I'm grouped with this ranger, and everything's going well. And we were cracking a couple of jokes and making fun about the... Oh my goodness, what just happened? Oh, shoot. Hang on a second, group. Yo, Joppa, what's happening? Hello, Pantheons. Or Pantheon... Terminicians? What's going on, guys? Just give me 1 second, Raiders. 1 second. I have to finish a story. Hang on. Okay, so anyways, we're up at the Seer camp in Hangor, and he's loving it. Like, we're all talking. I asked him a couple questions about the ranger. He's going off on how the ranger's fantastic. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, he hits his disengage and goes over the cliff. Now, I paused for a second while we were fighting because I wasn't sure what just happened, because it happens really fast. So he disengaged, flew over the cliff, and died. I said, okay, no problem. Watch where you're standing, watch where you disengage. We can't have you jumping over the cliff. He said, I can't believe he doesn't know what happened. I said, I know what happened. You weren't paying attention to your surroundings. You were excited in the fight, and you jumped backwards off a cliff. So we get his body back, and we continue to pull. About, I don't know, 7 minutes later, 8 minutes later, we're fighting a seer, and I turn the seer purposefully so that no matter where this guy jumps back to, he will not go over the cliff. Well, what happens? Right over the cliff, again. He's completely confused, has no idea how it happened. We are laughing, my sides are killing me, I'm in a lot of pain. We get his body back again, we keep killing, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes later, a third time, he disengages over the cliff. I'm like, I don't know what to do with you, man. Like, he... man, I can't even tell you. We finished the group about an hour later, and my sides still hurt. I couldn't lay down. I had to sit up for like an hour until my abdominal muscles were good enough for me to lay down flat, because it was ridiculous how hard we laughed at how many times he disengaged over the cliff. Oh, sorry, chat. I was in the middle of that story before the raid, so I had to fill the guild in on my previous excursions on a different server. Thank you for the raid, Joppa. I hope your stream went well this evening. For those who don't know, we are in Wild's End at, I guess, what they're calling the Elite Orc Camp. Some of you might recognize me from Vanguard. That's on the Lucent Tree server. This is the Irmo server, where I'm in chill mode. Chill mode is the guild that I was in EQ with for the past decade when I was streaming EQ. I found out these guys came over from EQ to Pantheon, so I decided to roll a tune on this server to chill with them, when I wasn't doing main stuff on the other guy. I pretty much have Krushnek Prime benched at 34 right now because I'm waiting for new content. Garlic chicken and roasted potatoes. That sounds really good. I gotta say, you know, I haven't spent a lot of time in Wild's End since early access. Well, really since Wild's End came into the game. Oh, that's not good. I'm on the Crusher. That was unfortunate aggro. What was I saying? I don't even remember. Hey, MM, what's happening? Yeah, so once we get, you know, more level 30 content in, or 30 plus content in, we'll jump back over to Krushnek and continue to crawl. You're here for the Canadian accent ASM bar? You're not the only one. You're not the only one, Churro. I do have a great voice. Well, thank you, Beefler. I appreciate it. I don't do anything fancy. I was born with it. I've been a salesman for most of my life, so talking to people is what I do. You were talking about Wild's End, and you haven't... Oh, yes. So I haven't spent much time here in Wild's End because most of my Krushnek time has been in Thrown Fast and AVP. I will say, when you explore Wild's End, it's amazing the camps that you'll find. I didn't know this camp was here. These guys brought me here. These guys found this by fluke because they were exploring one day and found these guys sitting here and they killed them. Or, they killed the group, I mean. So the fact that these guys found this location, nobody's been out here. Like, nobody comes out here. This is a fantastic spot for your mid to late teens. It's a pretty long run to get out here, that's all. And I can be geographically challenged at times. And for those who might be new to the channel, I've been playing Pantheon for a few years now, since Seasons. This is my 5th warrior, I believe. How much what? I want to say probably 20%. I did a double take. A few from my AQTLP guild came over too. They dragged me and our guild is kill mode. Really? Kill mode? Dude. Yeah, chill mode's been around for... I think we're on our 11th year. I think. I started, I was so I've been streaming for, I don't know, probably 11, 12 years. Most of that time has been EverQuest. Now, EverQuest is not the most popular of games, obviously, but it's near and dear to me. When I first started streaming EQ, I had a viewer who had asked, what? Gotcha. What was I saying? Oh, yes. So, about 10 or 11 years ago, when I was relatively new to streaming, we used to have a lot of conversations about MMORPGs. And I used to always talk up EverQuest, EverQuest 2, Star Wars Galaxies, DAOC. And one day a viewer had asked me if I would roll an EverQuest character to kind of show them the game, take them through the game, explain why my feelings are my feelings. We just finished playing some game, I don't remember what it was, and I thought, you know what? I'll roll a character, and we'll spend a couple hours tonight going through the game. But that was a bad idea, because I'm somebody who played EQ back at launch, and I played for about a decade as a cleric. So I made this character, and I chose a warrior, an ogre warrior, because I wasn't familiar with tanking, and I knew I wasn't going to fall in love or get addicted again to the game. But that was very stupid of me, because from that point forward, or from that evening, I met two individuals who asked me if I would join their guild, and I said I wasn't really looking for a guild because I was just showing some people the game. We cracked some jokes, we talked for about an hour, I caved and said, okay, if I ever log in again, sure, go ahead and invite me. I never should have said that. I should have kept my mouth closed, and I didn't. And that led to 10 years with this guild, Chill Mode, and we've been on... Chill Mode itself, I believe, has been on 7 different progression servers in the last decade, and I've been on 6 of them. I thought I quit at the launch of... For those who know EQ, I thought I finally quit and walked away when Vaniki launched, the progression server. We had just finished up on Mangler, and I said, I'm gone, I'm waiting for Pantheon, I'll talk to you guys later. I kept in touch with them because I knew at some point they were all going to come over to Pantheon anyways. The Teak server launched a year and a half or whatever after Vaniki, and of course my addict posterior decided to get back into Norath, so I jumped into Norath, but shortly thereafter I had finally gotten into Pantheon on more of a regular, kind of a full-time basis. My whole attention for the past decade has been Pantheon. Like, I've been a backer of Pantheon since like 2015 or 2016. I backed it when they first launched, then there was the failed Kickstarter, and then it relaunched, and I backed then as well. So I've been waiting for a long time to get into the game. I finally got into the game, and I've been here ever since. Wild's End is still blah? Why do you say that? Dad puns? Why do you feel it's blah? You ever try running through here at night? Let me tell you, you should have been here 2.5 weeks ago. You would have laughed at my butt tripping over everything. Go up over the crest of a hill, I'd find an elite goblin. You played Vanguard? I did play Vanguard. So, I have been a huge fan of what I have labeled the McQuaidverse, right? My name. You can't take it. I don't have a trademark, but I made it up. So from EQ to Vanguard to Pantheon, I actually got into the beta of Vanguard from day 1, and I ended up becoming the in-game warrior class lead. Now, that doesn't mean I didn't work for Sigil Games, but I did all the research with the warrior and the groups in the game, and I helped Sigil Games build Vanguard, which was fantastic. The beta was going well until about a month or so before beta ended. And I'm saying this because a lot of people only know Vanguard as unfortunately, a broken game when it launched. I can tell you this. The game worked fine and damn near flawless until they applied an update to beef up the warehouse district, which was, I think, the level 40 endgame content. When they implemented the patch during beta to update the warehouse district, they broke everything. Diplomacy wasn't working right, crafting wasn't working right, mobs weren't spawning. It was not good. Some of you may get this reference. I spent probably a week on MSN Messenger. I'll say this again. I spent a week on MSN Messenger trying to convince Sigil that you guys got to roll it back. You got to get rid of this patch. I know you guys want an end game for launch. The game is broken. Nobody's going to stay and play it. Myself and a dozen other people out of the 35 or 36 beta testers that were there all scrambled to say, hey, you need to roll back this last update. Put the game out in a flawless state and give us 2 or 3 months while you work on the end game and get it fixed. They came back and told us that they had everything under control. They had plenty of time. They were going to get it straightened away. A couple days later, the beta ended. Little time after that, the game came out and it was still broken. And unfortunately, a whole lot of people jumped into Vanguard, realized it was broken, and a lot of them gave up and ended up not playing. And it was very unfortunate because it tanked their population. I needed Vanguard to happen. Vanguard was going to be the EQ3 that I wanted, that I was looking forward to. I was absolutely in love with the warrior. I was in love... Dude, the game was fantastic. The fact that it was the first game of its type with a seamless world where wherever you could see, you could go. No zone lines, no instances, nothing. Everything was contested. The Disciple was great. The Blood Mage was fantastic. The Blood Mage was a very unique character. My issue with the Blood Mage was, and I don't know who the Blood Mage class lead was, but I remember getting in a discussion with them and telling them they need to dumb the Blood Mage down. Because the Blood Mage was so stupidly overpowered in the beta. So overpowered. I rolled a Blood Mage and I could take on group content with just a Blood Mage. You just cycled your hit points over and over again, and it's like you just didn't die. It didn't make sense. That's not the way it should have been. Anyway, somebody asked my warrior's name. My warrior's name in Vanguard was Hodant Kaiza. Hodant. That was a long time ago. I feel like Pantheon needs some player class leads. Some of the classes are sort of failing their identity. Well, I can tell you, if anybody's been complaining about the warrior, stop listening to them. That's what I will say. If anybody's complaining about the warrior, stop listening to them. Warrior's fantastic. This is my 5th warrior. There's nothing wrong with the warrior. The only little thing I would address with the warrior from like level 24 on. I think at 32 they put Shatter into the game, but from 24 on, our upgrades really are just banners and nothing else. If they could sprinkle in a couple of abilities just to make us feel like our current abilities are getting upgraded, that'd be cool. But outside of that, I've killed everything in the game on a warrior. There's nothing wrong with the warrior. The warrior's fine. So I can tell you that much. You loved Vanguard and APV? AO is a shade? Ah, right on. I wish I could take a trip back to Vanguard just to make a rat disciple. Sail in a sloop? Dude. No zone lines, but chunks everywhere? No zone line? Well, what do you mean by chunks? Are we still talking Vanguard? Ancient Port Warehouse, thank you. That's what it was, yeah. I called it the Warehouse District. I knew Warehouse was in the name. But that was the update. The update was going in to populate Ancient Port Warehouse, and when they did that during the beta, unfortunately, like I said, they broke the build of the game. We were not happy. There was like 30 of us, and we were not happy. We couldn't get anything done. We couldn't do anything. We knew that the beta was coming to an end. Oh, something else I will say. I've been told recently that there have been conversations about Vanguard from other streamers, and they were talking about raiding and how it was unfortunate that Vanguard didn't have raiding in it. Vanguard might not have had raiding at launch, but Vanguard had raiding because 2 days before the beta ended, all 36 of us were pulled into a giant empty room with Sigil Games, and they spawned a couple of raid targets. So raiding was a plan. Raiding was it was actually pretty cool. They gave us 10 minutes to organize all 30 some odd people into some form of a raid, and the dragon just ate us for breakfast. we just didn't stand a chance. The dragon just ate us for breakfast. But dude, it was so cool. My time in Vanguard was fantastic. I just wish they would have rolled back. I wish they would have rolled back that update. If they could have given the population 2 or 3 months of a game that worked, diplomacy worked, crafting worked, adventuring worked, mobs all spawned properly, skills all worked like they were supposed to, then maybe that would have given them enough time to fix that update. Alright, where did you just apply the mez? Spellbinder? Okay, Spellbinder. Vanguard had all these zone chunks. They were like 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. Had a lot of fun. Dude, Vanguard was fun, man. The fact that Vanguard put a twist on EverQuest 2's Heroic Opportunity Wheel, like the fact that Vanguard had the skills that interworked with other classes, I thought was fantastic. Just like the technique bar here in Pantheon, you know, with your openers and closers. And for those who don't know, in Vanguard, the different classes in the game, or I guess archetypes, had certain skills that would combo, and they would trigger other classes' skills to light up if they were grouped. So you could actually perform combos while you were in the group. Similar to the Heroic Opportunity Wheel in EQ2, if you're familiar with the Heroic Opportunity Wheel. Oh, hey, you know what? You know what we can do? Let me do this. My guild on the Vanguard server has killed everything in the game. Let me link you guys. Fight that we did. I linked it yesterday. Where is it? Was it here? No, it wasn't there. I'll find it. I need that one. Is that the link? That's the link. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, hang on a second. I'll give you guys this link and you guys can check this out. So that link there I just put in chat, that is for the early access world first kill of Aganoct. Aganoct the Brood Queen is the, I guess you would consider it the raid endgame target in the game right now at the bottom of Mad Run. If you guys want to check it out, it's pretty straightforward. We didn't have a hard time with it. I think we've killed her like the last 4 weeks. You have the Fang in your bank? Right on. Is AC actually working properly right now in game? There was a point where it didn't really mitigate anything for Warrior. Oh, I can tell you this. Between myself and a Ranger who would be geared in similar armor, I stand up a whole lot better than they do. And I notice I take less damage. So I just had some armor crafted for me last night. Oh, hang on now. And I noticed we were here at this camp yesterday, and I was taking a substantial amount of damage because I was a lower level than these guys by like 2 levels, I think. I got a bunch of armor last night, and the healer's not having to heal me nearly as much as the other day. So I can't necessarily say AC is working as far as dodging, but as far as soaking damage, I'm taking less damage. That much I can tell you. And all we have is crafted stuff. We have the crafted breastplate, we have crafted legs, boots, our gloves are crafted, shoulders, everything is crafted right now. Even our jewelry is crafted. So we even have some nice jewelry. We're pretty geared right now. Now, Krushnek Prime, on the other server, he's pretty much best in slot. Like, he's wearing... I've got the gear from the White Wyvern. I've got the Spear of Endless Frost from Oosh. I got the Bright Greaves. Yeah. I'm geared on the other server. You're stacking stamina. I did something different this time around. On the other server, I focused Krushnek around strength and stamina, because as those of you may know for playing a warrior, strength and stamina is how the warrior is built. But our combat arts down here are all strength and con, right? Strength and con, strength and con, strength and con. All of our combat arts are strength and con. This tune on this server, I decided to put more emphasis on Constitution, so I actually had my guild friend craft some Constitution gear so I could actually try a higher Constitution. It seems to be working out really well. Hey there, came in with the Joppa stream. I've been thinking about armor versus dodge parry. Do you think armor is doing physical damage reduction? Do you think it's doing more of what EQ armor does? It's definitely mitigating a percentage. It's definitely mitigating. You can see it when it comes up here. Watch the numbers here over my head. You'll see the soak when it pops up. I mean, I've tanked everything in the game. The only thing that I failed at tanking was Karagos. And for those who don't know, Karagos is, we think, a level 50 plus dragon that ate our guild for breakfast about 3 weeks ago. It was a funny moment. It was a funny moment. The dragon pretty much just blinked and we were all dead. We had 40s there, we had, most of the guild was in their 30s. And the dragon ate us for breakfast. That's the only mob we haven't killed. I was just stacking stamina since that made more of a difference. Strength and con. Yeah, I chose strength and con because I kind of wanted to get away from stamina just to see, as far as hit points go, I wanted to see what the difference would be if I went strength con with this guy. I didn't really have a crafter that had a fair number of recipes on the other server, but I know a couple on this server, so they were actually nice enough to ask me what I was looking for. I told them, and they made it. So we are trying more con. If you're a warrior, you know that typically you can't get above 11 Constitution unless you have crafted gear. Like, you'll see I'm mitigating right here. I know it comes up really fast, and we keep pulling. Wait till this guy dies. Okay, so these guys just died. So you'll see... So... The mob's mitigated. Where's my mitigation? Incoming... Self. Damage. So, Orc hit me for 29. I mitigated 11. Orc hit me for 32. I mitigated for 13. Orc hit me for 16. I mitigated 20. Which is interesting. I don't know how I mitigated more than the damage I took. Maybe a heal procced? Oh, it might have been react. It might have been from the druid. It's probably from the druid. So yeah, so I am mitigating a portion of the armor. 48 damage, 13 mitigated. 33 damage, 14 mitigated. He's been killed now? Who killed him? Who killed Karagos? Is it guild on Black... You mean Black Moon? They did it this last weekend. See, we haven't revisited Karagos in, like I said, like 3 weeks. I'm really just waiting for more 30+ content. I want to see what the Ash people are going to come out as. I want to see Black Rose Keep. I didn't want to take Krushnek Prime and out-level them, because I don't want to be one of those individuals, no offense to those of you that have them, but I don't want to be a level 40 or 40+ toon going through lower level content. I want to test the warrior as best I can, so I want to make sure I'm going through, you know, the content I'm supposed to be going through, as opposed to quote-unquote power leveling through it. But that's just me. I mean, most of this group is a higher level than I am, and I'm still holding aggro. Like, I'm not having issues. People who are complaining about the warrior not whatever, just ignore them. The warrior's fine. And no, there's no one super tank over the other. I've played a paladin and a dire lord, I've grouped with paladins and dire lords, and I've gotten all their information. They all operate fine, they just operated in a unique way. It's all about who's driving the car. So it's the player behind the toon that makes the difference. Don't let somebody tell you otherwise. Right on time to reap the benefits over the bugged, overtuned cleric buff. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. That would do it. A lot of whiners talking paladin stuff. Dude, dude. So I have known 4 paladins in early access, plus my own paladin. Now my own paladin is only, I think he's in his teens or whatever, but the other paladins that I've grouped with and spoken to or talked to, they love the paladin. They're able to tank and hold aggro. Sure, if I'm in a group, I can pull aggro off them, but it's only a snap aggro and then they get it back like 2 attack rounds later. Not that I would ever purposefully take aggro, but we did test it. I've grouped with a dire lord, a paladin, and myself. I've grouped with a paladin and myself. I've grouped with a dire lord and myself. I've grouped with 2 warriors, and I've grouped with 3 warriors. Let me tell you, 3 warriors is a lot of fun. Three warriors was a fantastic time. Yeah, all 3 tanks function fine. It's all in how you play them. That's what I can tell you. It's the same response I got from all the dire lords, all the paladins. I saw people in Joppa's stream like last week or the week before, and a bunch of people were complaining about the warrior, saying shield's not working, they need this, they need that. No, they don't, no, they don't, no, they don't. Warriors are fine. I got all sorts of shields, I got all sorts of armor, I've tested, warriors are fine. I've grouped with just a druid as a healer, I've grouped with just a cleric as a healer, I've grouped with just a shaman as a healer, I've grouped with a cleric and a shaman, I've grouped with a shaman and a druid, and I've grouped with a cleric and a druid. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Our static group paladin really struggles. Perfect. Glad to hear it. Now, here's the key thing. You said rarely struggles. I agree with that. A tank should lose aggro in certain situations, whether it's a failed taunt, whether it's a ranger crit, whether it's a wizard nuke, whether it's a rogue crit, whatever. The whole point is for the tank to get it back, and for the DPS to pay attention. It's the same rules as every other MMORPG. It's the same rules. Just because you're face rolling your DPS doesn't mean you keep face rolling your DPS if the tank loses aggro. You don't face roll DPS and then complain to the tank. I do the old habit, for those who don't know, of writing down names. I'll write down names of people who are acting up, and I just won't group with them again. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 names right now in front of me. And if I get invited to a group and any of them are in it, I'm out. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. I don't have time. I don't have time to put up with adults acting like children. I don't. I only lose aggro on my paladin when I get wizards who nuke from the start and cleric. Right, which is how that's designed. Yeah, like, you know, you really probably shouldn't do that. Right. Man, I haven't touched World of War. It's been years, man. It's been years. I can't remember. When was the last time I played WoW? It had to be at least 10 years ago. Maybe 6 years ago? 7 years ago? I think the last time I jumped into World of Warcraft was when I know I was in EQ at the time. 5 or so. Yeah, right. That makes more sense, Stogram. WoW just couldn't keep me. WoW just couldn't keep me. I tried. Don't get me wrong, WoW's a phenomenal game. There's a reason I think today it's still the largest, biggest, most subscribed game. Whatever reasons you want to tell yourself, that's fine. It's not the point of this conversation. But as far as EverQuest goes, and EverQuest 2, and even Final Fantasy 14, and Elder Scrolls Online, and Guild Wars 2, they all pulled me away from WoW. They all pulled me away. WoW has not kept me. I tried 4 times. I've played WoW 4 times since its launch, and it never kept me all 4 times. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's just what that game offered versus what the other games offered. I was drawn to the other games. They're all fantastic games, but I just couldn't stick with it. I thought about giving WoW Classic a try when WoW Classic first came out. I thought about returning to WoW, but I was having too much fun in EQ. I couldn't do it. I did play Warhammer Online, JTAL. I was a Templar? I think it was a Templar. Warhammer Online was fun as shit. Dude, we had some PvP weekends that were just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Aeon was the same way, or Ion, however you want to pronounce it, A-I-O-N. Today, that's still my all-time favorite PvP game. Because you could have 500 players against 500 players in the Abyss, and it made for a wild, buggy, disconnecting weekend. I play WoW in my main as a monk. That's what you raid on. Gotcha. Last time I played WoW, I played a protection spec, Organ Warrior, leveled up the Dungeon Finder. Nothing but DPS running ahead, constantly spamming. Yeah. I mean, if you guys watched all those streamers that did the Onyxia raids and whatnot a couple weeks ago, they controlled their DPS. You saw the callouts for people to watch their DPS and to watch their tanking and to watch their skills. That has to happen. You can't just be face rolling and then start complaining when stuff goes wrong. Warhammer Online and DAOC were the only... Dude, I hated I love DAOC, but the PvP, it was all a bunch of gankers. It was just people ganking people in groups. It was ridiculous. It was like Horizons. Horizons was the same way. I don't know if you guys even know of Horizons. Unfortunately, it wasn't very long-lived. I think it was like the first game of its type to solely rely on crafting for everything. Horizons was all about harvesting, collecting, crafting. I actually just downloaded Warhammer Age of Reckoning again, the new community server. Age of Reckoning. Did I play Age of Reckoning? Yeah, that was Warhammer Online, right? Age of Reckoning? Which Warhammer was Age of Reckoning? That was the same one. Yeah, that was the same one. You should try Warhammer again. The weekends are still crazy PvP fights, dude. You guys see what I did there to control these 3 mobs? Dude, I love the warrior. I absolutely love the warrior. And these mobs are all higher than me. These guys are yellow, light orange, and dark orange, just so you guys know. To give you an idea. What level am I? I'm 16 at the moment. These guys are around 19. So what are you saying? Cleric just made a comment about how he's hardly having to heal me. He's been above like 90% mana like the whole evening. Druid is your new main. I might try a tank at some point. You should, man. You should. Now, again, I don't know if you guys were here when I said this, but this is a golden rule that I follow when I tell all my viewers to do the same thing. If you're going to play a class that you've never played before in this game, you need to stick with it till level 15. No exceptions. Don't go to level 8 and say, oh, this isn't for me, I'm going to try something else. Don't go to level 10. Go to 15. By the time you get to level 15 on any class, you'll have opened up group content, you'll have gotten substantial gear or suitable gear, and you'll have the majority of how your class is going to play. That's when you can make a decision safely about whether or not the class is for you or not. But you got to take it to 15. Please take it to 15. Don't rip yourself off by giving up early. Don't rip yourself off. You could be missing out on your favorite class because you didn't stick with it, but take it to 15. Almost 40 on your wizard. I feel obligated to make a rogue at some day since I have a fang. You should make it. You should definitely make it. You should make it tomorrow. First thing tomorrow, you should roll a rogue. Or maybe hold off until they get a few more quests into the Wild's End side of the continent, and then just make, a halfling rogue? Halfling run, along their own back adventure, level 1 run to throw back. Yeah, right? Congrats, man. What is my game time macro? Oh, that's the time of day in the game. So if I hit it, it tells me that it's 5 p.m. right now. Certain things happen at certain points in the day, so it's nice to have a quick thing so you don't have to, you know, keep typing the actual command. Find my arse. That's my loc command for when I die foolishly. Oh, hang on a second. What do we got? I'm going to take the resistant one. So we have the Find My Arse macro for when I die and oh yeah. Okay, so I said the golden rule was to pick a character and take it to 15. Here's the silver rule. Every time you die, the first thing you should do is /LOC. Please do that. Write it on a post-it note, put it on your monitor. I've had to help so many people try and find their corpses, because people don't realize that the game has the loc system just like an EQ. Trap please. This is when I'm grouped with the rogue. If I need the rogue to do some sort of CC, I have a trap please macro. Stun rotation. In the beginning, when we were in Halnir's fighting the Ravagers, my interrupt wasn't up to get 2 in a row. So I would cycle the stun in wherever we were fighting something that needed 2 classes to stun or interrupt. That's what that macro's for. Ravager incoming. That was when I was pulling in Halnir's and I gave the group warning to hug the walls. Wild's End XP. That was the location on how to find Wild's End. because I'm geographically challenged over here and I can't find my way out of a wet paper bag. What's the hello macro? Oh, that's my default welcome to... Okay, I didn't realize that was there. That's my default welcome to the group. I'm a very social person, so I try to, you know, make things easier by just hitting a button as opposed to having to type messages. It can get difficult typing in a group when you're the tank. I won't say difficult, it can get tedious. I feel like 98% of the players haven't even seen Wild's End Long Run Without a Wizard port. I agree, you are correct. There probably are quite a few people who haven't seen this side of the world. You have a welcome macro and a grats macro? Right on. What are we dealing with? Iron Will. I got the Iron Will. Run them around. Two iron-willed mobs is always fun, said nobody ever. Oh, I didn't realize Pee-wee was with us. Oh, I didn't realize Pee-wee was here. You want to take over tanking duty, Pee-wee? I was hoping I'd convince him to take over tanking so I could DPS. See, a warrior has the spike aggro, right? So I can spike aggro and then hold it. The problem is, where the Dire Lord has sustained aggro, over time, when the warrior spikes with the hate, when it's on the decline, the Dire Lord's hate runs pretty much a straight concentration across. So at certain points, if a warrior's tanking and the Dire Lord starts using their abilities, they're going to generate hate and gradually get up to the point where they're going to start pulling hate, and it'll be a back and forth thing. So in a lot of cases when I'm grouped with a Dire Lord, I would typically get the Dire Lord to tank, and then I would go DPS. I don't mind DPSing. I love tanking, but I don't mind DPSing, because the smart move would be to have the warrior go DPS and the Dire Lord to go sustain tanking. But they say they're fine with me tanking, so we'll see how that plays out. Sadly, mostly automatically, the zone is much better than it was a month ago. Yes, and people have to understand. So picture this one giant continent. So picture a giant island. The right side of the map is the old side. The left side of the map is the new side. This side of the continent is relatively new. It still needs work. They're still pumping stuff into this zone, Eastern Plains, Southern Plains. Thronefast and AVP are pretty beefy. Thronefast is pretty much, as far as I can tell, Thronefast is pretty much done. Wild's End is a far stretch from that, right? Thronefast, Wild's End. They're gradually getting Wild's End up to where Thronefast is going to be so that you have a relatively equal time on either side. Unfortunately, you're right. People get over here and they're like, oh, this place is bare. I can't get any quests, this place sucks. I'm out of here. But you have to understand that we're still in development. You can't look at this game as retail. You can't look at this game as any sort of launch state. It's not. It's still being worked on. We're still only on one continent. I think their plan, I think, is, what is it, 3 continents, I think? Their plan is to have multiple continents anyways. So this side of the continent is being worked on. So don't automatically, go into the dumpster with your opinion of the area. Just understand that it's still being filled. That's all. It's in the oven, and it hasn't fully cooked yet. But I will tell you, there's some pretty cool areas in here. Right now, technically, there are 2 areas that are designed for level 36 plus content in this zone, the starting zone for halflings. You wouldn't think they would be here, but they're here. You never know until you explore stuff. The problem is, a lot of people don't want to run. Everybody, well, I shouldn't say everybody. People are out there saying they want mounts. They want mounts. They want mounts. They want this, that, and the other thing. They want everything yesterday. They don't want to work for a lot of stuff. They want to have it at their fingertips. It's unfortunate, because I don't want mounts at all. Mounts should not come into the game, because the whole point of the game, the environment, is to be dangerous. Running through here at night, whether I'm level 16 or whether I'm level 35. Oh, hello. I should always have my head on a swivel. All players should. You start putting mounts in the game, and players start moving faster than the content, the game is no longer dangerous. Period. There's no other way to put it. You don't want to run 7 minutes across a zone? Well, maybe you should try a game that has 10-second travel. This was not supposed to be this game. And I get it. I've heard opinions from on high about mounts. But I still think this game couldn't have mounts. The whole point of the environment is to be dangerous. You make players move faster than the content, the game is no longer dangerous. I mean, the whole point, you know, going back to EQ, the whole point of Wizards and Druids, their ability to port, is so you don't need mouse. Star Rogue or Monk piqued my interest, not a fan of the more human redesign. I gotcha. Like the post on Discord about removing Chevron mobs. Started at change.org. Come on, what? To remove Chevron mobs. I remember, I think it was like a month ago, I was in Throne Fast, and I was just down past the crossroads where you go up to the Chevron thugs on the hill there just off the road. And I remember being level 31, I think at the time, on Krushnek Prime. And I aggroed 2 thugs who were, I think, level 7, and they ate me for breakfast. And I actually sat back in my chair, and I was like, I don't understand what happened. This is before they made the scaling change. But 2 level 7 thugs just ate a 31 warrior like it was nothing. Caught me off guard. I didn't realize that was what happened. And then it dawned on me that they had taken Chevron mobs, made them non-Chevron, but I guess their damage didn't scale down. So they were still hitting like glass cannons. Fun times. Now, as you can see through our pulls here, you'll notice that the Dire Lord is gradually getting aggro throughout the fight. Now, I'm still going to pull it off of him because he's already said he's cool with not tanking. I would typically expect a player to pay attention to their aggro, but it's not that big of a concern here. I'm not worried about it. Because the problem with the Dire Lord, every single skill the Dire Lord has generates their threat. So they're guaranteed to always pull aggro consistently. Which is fine. You just stay focused. That's all. Okay. I don't know what happened there. I think somebody might have turned their head. Well, we can't do anything dead. No worries, man. Dying happens. You turned your head and then I was dead, right? It happens. There's no worries. It's like I said, dying happens. I mean, truth be told, if you're not okay with dying in a video game, maybe you shouldn't be playing the video game. Right, Free Realms, yeah, play Free Realms. That'll work. I like the idea of the Dire Lord with the 2 weapons. Yeah, it's interesting the fact that they work the Dire Lord to not use a shield. I like that idea. Just not a fan of the fact they don't get plate. Well, now I think that's by design. I mean, if you put plate on a Dire Lord, they're gonna be overpowered. The whole purpose of playing the Dire Lord is to focus, right? Like you have to pretty much focus all your skills, maintain your health gain, your essence. You put heavy armor. I mean, that'd be the same thing as saying, you know, I wish a warrior had a heal. Or I wish paladins had taunt, you know, as opposed to their faith generation. Or whatever it's called, fury. Is it fury? I think it's fury. I just like the look of the plate as a tank. I get it. I get it. Pallies have a taunt. What level do they get their taunt? I don't have a taunt in my pally. I have that silver hammer up what I think is an overpowered ability. That heal. That heal holds aggro really well. What's it called? Fervent Strike or something? I think. I took the nullifier. It's a skill you have to buy. Oh, okay. I might not have picked it up then. Insight? Oh, I guess I didn't pick it up. Did not know they had a taunt. I thought it was weird. Wait, so I was using a paladin with no taunt? I had no problem holding aggro. Is that right? I'm gonna have to visit the pally trainer. So, my plan on the other server is to level a paladin and a dire lord to coincide with the warrior. My whole deal from the very beginning was to test the tanks. I want to level the tanks, I want to play the tanks, I want all the information on all the tanks, so if anybody asks me about the tanks, I can give my honest opinion, feedback on how I feel the tanks perform. I understand other people play tanks, but those other people aren't me. So that's been my goal. So we got the warrior to 34 right now. I'd have the warrior at 40, or maybe even over 40, but like I said earlier, I'm waiting for the content. So the focus now over there is the paladin and the dire lord. And again, we're only 3 months into early access. It's still really, really early. I've got guildmates who can take tunes and get them to level 27 or 28 in 2 days. 3 days? But as you can see, I'm grouped with a dire lord who's a higher level than I am, and I'm still holding aggro. And I'm not even using taunt. Warriors are fine. You're level 17? Dude. You trying to make me hate you? That's gonna be hard, man. Hating something as a Canadian. I don't think that's even possible, is it? That's crazy. It's taken me a good month plus to get to 39. Hey, dude, I was the same way. I hit 34 at like the month and a half point or what have you, and I won't hit 35 on Krushnek Prime until we get new content. And if I were to get this guy, or the Paladin, or the Dire Lord up to the same point, and there's no new content, I'll just roll a different class. I'm not going to outlevel the content. I refuse to. I have no interest in being a max level toon, running around, harvesting all the supply crates, taking them from players who are fighting towards them. Yes, I know all the grief, I know all the drama. All I care about is crawling. There's nothing like a good dungeon crawl. That's all I care about. Grouping, crawling, killing stuff, putting stuff on, killing stronger stuff, putting stronger stuff on. Oh, see? Still not using time. Oh, I just lost it. That's fine. And there are still a lot of players who don't understand how threat is calculated in this game. So you may very well be one tank grouped with another tank, and you might be the tank, but all of a sudden the other tank keeps pulling aggro, and you're like, what's going on here? What am I doing wrong? Nothing. It's just the way the tanks are designed. Unfortunately, players have to... You have to factor in every type of situation. Right? Like, I'm not just tanking every time they pull this. I'm watching my group window, I'm watching mana, I'm watching the mobs here. I turn the camera every now and then to see what's around us. What is going on here? Now, I haven't used Mocking Blow or Taunt in the last minute of this fight. We're going to try the DPS banner and see how that works. The only concern I have is where these guys are yellow and orange, taunt won't land 100% of the time, so there's an increased risk that I'll lose aggro. Or say if the enchanter gets aggro from mezzing, it might take me a little longer to kill the aggro back. I do all sorts of different testing based on what classes are in the group, just to see how things play out. the classes you've played have been fun. Uke, man, that has been a running thing with pretty much everybody I've spoken to in the game since like Season 6. I haven't met any individual that has openly complained about their class. Everybody's loved the classes they've played, and everybody's loved the alts they've rolled. I don't understand why so many players complain about classes. And I say this because I don't get to check in on Joppa's streams when he's streaming in the evenings, because by the time he's finished, I'm getting home and sitting down. With that said, I've managed to make a couple of his non-regular scheduled streams, and it's just, there's a lot of people just complaining about classes, and I don't understand the logic behind it, because I haven't met people that are complaining about the class. I don't know if maybe these people are just, maybe they're not understanding the class, maybe they're missing something, maybe they're grouped with people who, you know, aren't playing their class to the best of their ability. I have no idea, but I have not met any individual who has said, this class sucks, don't play this class is broken. Hasn't happened. And I've grouped with everybody. By everybody, I just mean all the classes. The one in AVP. You should go say hi. It's the level, I think he's 41, 40. Oh yeah, no, that one in AVP is 40. That he's an endgame, well, current endgame mob. I think we've killed him twice. It's very, very rare to catch him. He doesn't necessarily spawn every evening. Actually, he rarely spawns at all in the evenings. You should still go say hello. I said hello to the dragon by myself, first time I found it. I lived. See, that's something I don't get. Like, undead should be able to see your butt, no matter where you are. You see the red skeleton right now? Yeah, that skeleton is level 40. You should go say hello. The necromancer? Not the necromancer. In AVP, at the pond, at the lake, where the ogre infiltrators are, the field of spheres, right there at nighttime, there's a chance that there's a skeleton, I forget his name, but there's a skeleton that can spawn there. It's a level 40 skeleton. Big guy. I think he's on fire. Oh, you don't know me. You don't know me. Some people would think I have some kind of ADHD or OCD. I just run around. It's just something to do. Easier done than said. The Necromancer at the Graveyard is pretty cool. The Necromancer at the Graveyard drops the best weapon in the game. Or, sorry, the highest damage weapon in the game. It's called Fellspike. Not Xyrus. No. Xyrus is like level 12 or 13 or something. This is an AVP. This is a big skeleton. Big skeleton. Undead should also not fall for feigned death. Right, exactly. There should be some kind of magical thing that has to happen for undead not to detect you. There you go, J-Tal. Fellspike. That's the best weapon in the game. right now. Now, Krushnek has, I think he has the other 3. No, I have the other 2. I have the Spear of Endless Frost and the, what's it called? The Poison Ichor Partisan or whatever it's called. I got 2 of the 3 best in slot weapons, one-handers. And the funny thing is they're all spears. so the best weapon type in the game are spears. Now, apparently there's a flaming sword in the game. I have no idea where it is. Or I've been told there's a flaming sword in the game, and I have no idea where it is. In Earth's history, spears have usually always been the superior weapon. Hey, there you go. But yeah, to my knowledge, those are the 3 strongest weapons in the game. The Frost Spear, the Poison Spear, and the no proc highest DPS Spear. Hey Blind, what stats are you prioritizing as warrior? On this warrior, I'm trying Strength and Con. I mean, our stamina is high because of the crafted gear that we had made for us, but my main character over on Lucentry is Strength Stamina. But I'm trying Constitution because outside of crafting, there's almost no Constitution gear for a tank, unless you're lucky enough to get the Constitution necklace off the Crystal Heart in Halnirs. The reason why I say Constitution is because the warrior skills are all Strength and Con. See? Strength Con, Strength Con, Strength Con, even though the warrior is built Strength Stamina. So my main Krushnek is Strength Stamina. This guy I'm trying to make Strength Con. But I threw in a bit of stamina just to get the hit points up. And also, they were the highest AC items that could be crafted for me. I carry all sorts of weapons on me. I carry one of just about every weapon type. I try to keep all my skills maxed out as I level. I'm being a little lazy as of yesterday because we haven't really leveled, so there's no real reason for me to max them all out, but the warrior is the only class in the game that has access to all the weapon types. And I will tell you this, for any warriors or anybody who plans on playing a warrior when the game launches, please make sure you have one of every weapon type, because I'm not going to ruin it for you, but you never know where you're going to find a pretty cool weapon of a random type. Whether it's a sword, spear, two-hander, staff, whatever. I'm not going to tell you, but I am going to tell you, make sure your weapon skills are all leveled up. Again, see, we're not using Mocking Blow or Taunt. We still have aggro. Oh, Dire Lord just took it. Which is normal. The level's Mother Warrior, 34. I'd be 40 or higher, but I benched him a couple of weeks ago because there's no solid dungeon crawling content right now for 30+. So I'm waiting for the new content to come in. When the tier 3, when the 30+ content starts to come in, I'll bring him off the bench. But this is my 5th warrior in like 2.5 years or something. Long time. I'm an ogre warrior for life. If you knew me in EQ, you would know I'm an ogre warrior for life. So we'll be an ogre warrior at launch as well. Regardless of what happens to him. Out of coffee. Oh no. My ambrosia. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Yeah, these guys, this is my guild from EQ. I found out they came over a couple of weeks ago. I found out they were on this server, so I decided to join them. I've been with these guys, or I've been part of chill mode for a decade. I was like one of the, I guess you would consider me a founding member, original member. We spent the last almost decade on 7 different progression servers. The only one I wasn't on was Vaniki, because I thought I finally quit that game and walked away. And then I ended up back on Teak because I'm an addict. But then I stopped on Teak early, and I ended up in Pantheon like full time. Trolls are clearly superior. On Norath, maybe. On Norath. You made a dwarf warrior, he's almost 12. Stick with him. Your main's a 22 monk. You die so often from pulling. Okay, so here's something. So I know a lot of you guys out there that were playing monks. I know you guys had your issues with feigned death. A couple of weeks ago, I was in Hangor with a group, and I was with a monk. I think they were hanging out with us, I think it was 4 nights straight. If you guys would have seen the way this monk operated, you would have seen that the feigned death was phenomenal. He had a handful of fails, but this guy, and if you're familiar with the War Chief camp, this guy asked me, because I was the one that was splitting the camp as a warrior. He asked me if he could split the camp. I said, sure, go ahead, because he wanted to learn how to split close groups. All 4 nights, he was flawless. He was putting on a clinic. He would judge distance from aggro. He would have the mob start to investigate. He would watch the pathing patterns. Then he would pull, run a certain distance, feign death. If it failed, it gave him time to go a little bit further. We all moved away to the side from where he was so we wouldn't get aggro or hit from an AoE. He would feign death again, it would work. He put on a clinic all 4 nights. It was wild. And this was at the exact same time that everybody was in Joppa's stream for a couple of days complaining about the monk and how everybody stopped playing the monk because feign death kept failing like 95% of the time. And he was trying to tell you guys that feign death is supposed to get better as you level. So of course it was something to work on. But I remember viewers came into my chat and they brought this up. And I sat here and I said, watch this guy, watch this monk. And this monk put on a clinic for like 16 hours over 4 days. Like there's no way the monk was that bad as people were saying, because I was watching it myself. I mean, he wasn't over-leveled, he wasn't over-geared. He was actually lacking gear compared to myself. But he split and he pulled, no problem. He had a handful of fails, which is normal. Feign Death's not supposed to be 100%. Not at level 29 or 28 or whatever, you know? Wait till you get to 40 or 50. And then maybe 85% success rate. However they plan on working it, I don't know. But they can't make Feign Death rock solid because then that makes it too easy. There has to be failure. No different than a warrior taunting. Cleric puts bubble on him, cleric gets aggro. Warrior or tank taunts the mob, taunt fails, cleric gets smacked in the face a few times. Same thing. There always has to be a failure. Or a chance to fail. I mean, I'm not a know-it-all, and I don't mean to sound like it, but I've grouped with over 100 different people, all different classes. There's never been an issue. Never. I don't do static groups, right? I'm a social person. I'm a yapper. I make friends. This game is built for me, as far as I'm concerned, because I'm the guy who logs in and automatically starts putting groups together and sending tells to random people, and then grouping with them and watching how they perform to see if I'm going to group with them again. I'm the type of person that when somebody in the group is complaining about something and it looks like it might affect the morale in the group, I find subliminal and creative ways to correct the morale so that nobody leaves. Again, I'm a salesperson. It's what I do. I refuse to do static groups. I don't want to get comfortable in a static group. Because then a bias comes in. Okay, we did our opening barrage. I'm not going to do anything, and we'll see how long it takes for the dire lord to pull aggro. It's 4 rounds. Oh, here we go. I had to test. I lasted 4 combat rounds. That's pretty good. You watch the 37 monk splitting Hangor and his feigned death almost never failed. Well, then if that's 37. That's really high. They probably shouldn't be in Hangor at 37. Truth be told, they should not be in Hangor at 37. Hangor pretty much tops out at 29. You can push 30 by pulling the Bloodsworn if you're familiar with the location, but you really should be able to Hangor around 29. Unless you're going to fight the White Wyvern. Or I guess Oosh. But yeah, the point is feigned death. Yeah. I firmly believe, and I mean no offense because I still make mistakes, but I firmly believe people just aren't taking the extra 5 seconds, 5 minutes, 5 days, whatever, to understand how the class is to be played, right? Like, it's not just you get a skill, you read the initial description, you're like, oh, okay, I know what that's for. No, you don't, because you don't know whether you're going to be fighting undead, sentient, low level, high level, magic, melee, up close, ranged. Like, all sorts of things come into play when you're playing your class. All classes. And I think people that are having issues with playing a class, I believe there's some other issue going on besides the class. I genuinely 100% believe that. Because I have not seen any class issues in, well, the 3 months of early access and probably 6 months of seasons. Hey White Fox, congrats on being the highest viewed Pantheon streamer right now. Highest viewed? Well, now, here's the thing. Unfortunately, it seems like the Pantheon population has kind of drifted off. I've noticed the last few days, viewer numbers are down, and a number of the streamers aren't necessarily streaming Pantheon, at least on a regular basis. So the fact that I'm the highest now, if these people were streaming Pantheon, I would not be the highest now. It's unfortunate. I don't know why everybody stopped playing or stopped watching. Maybe they're waiting for new content. I have no idea, but it's very unfortunate. And as far as what I'm doing, we're leveling at the Elite Orcs camp in Wild's End. What crafting profession would you recommend for a warrior? Okay, that's a tough one. I would recommend not taking armor smithing and weaponsmithing at the same time. And the reason I say this is, once you get out of tier 1 for armor smithing and weapons, other crafting schools as well, but I'm only focusing on the smithing. Once you get out of tier 1 armor smithing and weaponsmithing, you need alchemical components in order to make magic gear, statted gear, whatever you want to call it, the good stuff. So in a lot of cases, if I was choosing an ogre warrior, warriors typically on a scale lean more towards weapons than armor, right? They're supposed to be the master tacticians. Weapons are their arsenal as opposed to armor. So I would recommend weaponsmithing and alchemy. And the reason being is, once you get out of tier 1, you're able to make your own magic weapons or statted weapons, depending on if you found schematics, if you go to the Raven Company in Demeth and pick up the schematics there as well. That's what Krushnek Prime is doing, is weaponsmithing and alchemy. If you take armor smithing, I would pair it with alchemy yet again, because alchemy is needed pretty much for tier 2 all the way through to endgame. So definitely alchemy and something. Now, if you're in a situation where you're fortunate enough to group with a guild or a static group of friends, people, what have you, then maybe you don't really want to think about taking armor smithing or weaponsmithing, because you'll just get gear that drops out in the world. Palmir's Cave, the Manor, etc. If that's the case, then you might consider something like provisioning, because then you don't have to worry about waiting for somebody to find the right recipes to make the right food that you need for your stats. You can do it yourself. So provisioning is a viable option. The one the one trade skill I wouldn't take for a warrior is probably jewel crafting. There's really no point. I've spent so long going through or using warriors with no jewelry. Now, this warrior has jewelry because one of my guildmates didn't give me an option. So we have crafted jewelry there. But as far as jewelry, I wouldn't take jewelry. You could also lean towards outfitting and leatherworking. That'll get you your bags, your boxes, woodworking, you know? But for a warrior, I would say weapons more so. I would definitely say weapons over armor. And if you were a paladin, I would say armor over weapons. And if you were a Dire Lord, I would say weapons over armor, because we all know the Dire Lord's limitation. But again, those are just my suggestions. Don't listen to me, I'm just some dude on the internet. Unless you like listening to me, in which case, feel free. My silly butt on this server took armor smithing and weaponsmithing because I had a brain fart and completely forgot about alchemy. I wasn't thinking. So I burned my 2 trade skill tokens, and I pretty much gave up trade skilling. And that's just because I have guildies here who are doing all the other trade skills. And they're more into it than I am. I'm the guy they pull in to group stuff, to tank stuff. I'm not the person anybody talks to craft stuff. Won't happen. Look at my next character. They would give us crafting flame reimbursement. See, I thought we were going to get possibly a reimbursement token for jewel crafting, right? Because we are testing, it is in development, and the majority of the population already picked the trade skills when they yoinked jewel crafting out of the game. So I thought maybe they'd make an exception for players when they brought it back in, but I guess you just have to start another character. Provisioning and brewing is definitely a viable combo. Keep your food and drink? Definitely, 100%. 1000%. Food and drink is so vital in this game. I'm just being lazy. I have my stale bread and my flask of water for now, and then when I get up to like 20 plus and we start looking at Hangor, then I'll go into the statted stuff. I don't burn statted stuff before level 20, but that's just my own personal decision. Hey Kitch, did I leave Vanguard? No. Krushnek Prime is still over on Vanguard. I was in game yesterday. I thought maybe we might be going to Aganoct again, but I guess there was no plans to go to Aganoct. The reason why I'm not on Krushnek Prime, I was telling the chat earlier, where Crush is at 34 right now, there's no content. I'm not going to grind to 40, and then when the new content comes out, end up being, you know, a steamroller through content that I can't test. I want to be able to butt my head against greens and blues and whites and yellows and oranges and what have you. I don't want to run through grays. That's not fun for me. So that's why I'm not on Krushnek on the other server. I was playing a paladin over there because, as you may know, my whole credo is I was going to level all 3 tanks just to get all the knowledge about how all 3 tanks operate. The problem is, I spent 2 days trying to find a group on the Paladin, and I couldn't put a group together. The Druid was coming out, I knew I lost a lot of people to the Druid for the time being, and I wasn't about to play a Paladin with 5 Druids. That wasn't going to happen. So I found out chill mode was on this server, the server that I'm on right now. This is my guild from EQ. I've been with these guys for a decade. So when I realized that they had come over from EQ, I thought, hey, let's go over and say hello. Now, if they'd have known, they probably would have rolled on my server. But when they asked one of the guild mates what server we were on, that person was AFK, so they just chose a server and jumped on it, and this is the server they chose. So they had already had their tunes leveled before I found out they were here. So we're chilling here leveling another warrior. This is warrior number 5. But I'm doing something a little different. As far as stats go, I whined a lot on the other server because I've killed everything in the game, or we've killed everything in the game, and there was no tank gear with Constitution. And we didn't really have any dedicated crafter who was open with all the different recipes and open to crafting whatever you needed, because I wanted to test Constitution. Because with the warrior, all of our combat arts are strength and Constitution, as you can see. Kick is strength and con, shield slam is strength and con, smash is strength and con. All of our abilities are strength and con, but the warrior is geared strength and stamina, as you can see here. So on the other server, even though Krushnek was 34, my Constitution, I couldn't get it above 11. So this time around, one of my guildies, who was a master armor smith over here, he asked me what I wanted, and I told him I'd like to get some Constitution gear in. So we tacked on some Constitution, and now I'm seeing how that works as far as doing damage. And it seems to be an improvement, which is nice. Hey, thanks for subbing with your Prime Gaming, Kitch. Good job dodging those ads. Thank you for the support. I know the ads can be annoying on this channel because I tend to talk. And when I start talking, everybody gets ads. I get it. I try not to talk, and then when I don't talk, everything gets quiet. Heard some folks split up and went different ways. Really? In Vanguard? That's unfortunate. I was there yesterday. There seemed to be a lot of people on. I mean, the problem is, I think a number of people hit burnout, right? Once you hit 30, I'd say 32, there's nothing really to do for fun. It becomes a grind right now. You're either in the mire, you're in the bog, or you're at the graveyard. That's pretty much it all the way up to 40. For now. That's why I refuse to log in Krushnek Prime and take him beyond 34. I want to see what we're going to get with the ash breathers, ash bringers, whatever they're called. I want to see where we go with Black Rose Keep. Oh, I've watched it. I've watched it burn out players. I have guildmates on the other server who specifically stopped playing the game right now because they only have interest in one tune, and that tune is 30 plus. So they know there's nothing to do. They don't want to out-level the content. I don't either. I mean, new content will come out, and a lot of players will run through on their level 40 tunes, and I don't know how that's fun, but if that's what you do, that's what you do. No harm, no foul. For some reason, I really look forward to the Knolls and Eastern Plains. It's a fun place, man. There's a Blade of Knowledge. I almost said Plane of Knowledge and Blade of Carnage. There's a Blade of Carnage over at, was it Night Stalker Knoll, I think it's called. I believe the head guy there drops a Blade of Carnage. Has a chance to, but it's very rare. For those who know EQ, you know, what do they say? If you know, you know. I had plans to go over and try and farm one, but I was like, you know what? I don't want to take the content away from other players who might get over there and want a level. Let them have it. Someone told me there's a vote up for server merge. I could see that. Unfortunately, the Western servers didn't get the population that the Eastern servers did. You know, if you pay attention to the server population, the Western servers, the Oceanic servers, unfortunately they don't have the same population. Everybody kind of piled in on the East servers. You know, you've got Black Moon, Avos, Havensong. Server merge would be interesting. I would hope they don't merge Ermos with Lucent Tree, because I have two Krushneks over there. Like, I have this Krushnek and that Krushnek. I don't want to end up as Krushnek X, or random series of letters. They said you'll be able to change a name if it's already there. Oh, interesting. I'm sure once the game gets further along, I'm sure once we get a more fleshed out first continent, maybe the introduction of a second continent, I'm sure the game will attract more new population. But I could see right now, because there are a lot of players that have issues. I mean, myself included. I just got through telling you guys that I couldn't find a group. I couldn't put a group together with the Paladin. And I think the Paladin was, what, level 9, level 10? I think. I don't think they've said yet what servers are merging. Well, Visionary Realms, if you can hear me, please treat me selfishly, and please don't merge Ermos with Lucent Tree. Please, thank you. Okay, I did my part. that's all I could do. That's all I could do. Please don't merge Ermos with Lucent Tree. Are mergers coming? I'm not sure, Grix. I mean, according to the conversation right now, it looks like they may be considering it. It would make sense right now, because as I was mentioning, the Western servers, the West Coast based servers and whatnot, don't have, you know, nearly the population as the Eastern servers. Most of the population went to the Eastern servers. They did a poll on Discord and about 80% of the people want merges. I get it. I get it. I totally understand. When you get into a situation where so many players just can't get groups going. Now, with that said, if you're a player who logs in and doesn't do the social thing and expects people to randomly send you a tell to see if you're looking for a group, You need to reconsider your priorities. Don't rely on grouping with streamers. Find a guild. Find a guild, group with your guild. Send tells. Advertise in OOC. Do your part. If you gotta spend 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, do it. Make the friends, make the contacts, write down the names, add them to your friends list. That's my science every time. It's what I do every time I jump into an MMO. Everybody else should do it also. You might not like to do it. Maybe you don't think you're the most social person. You still need to do it in this game. You need to make friends. You can't just wait for someone to hand you a group. That's not how this game works. Mostly. And don't rely on a static group. Unless you live with them, unless you all work at the same place, don't rely on a static group, because somebody's going to burn you. It's going to happen. I think before I joined Vanguard on Lucy Tree, I think I had a friends list of like 45 people, I think. And every time I would log in, I would send them tells at random, I would put together random group builds, and we would go. And again, like I said, that might not be you, it might not be your thing, but this is a social MMORPG. Soloing is in here, but soloing is not viable. And hopefully, soloing does not become viable. You know, there has to be the reliance on grouping. That's the whole point of social. Social is not solo. Yes, I understand that they would like to have a more beneficial soloing process, but I hope they don't. Because that takes away from the whole solo, or social thing. It's like enchanters. Enchanters are going on right now about charm, right? Charm is an upcoming... So, this game takes inspiration from games like EverQuest, World of Warcraft, Vanguard, what have you. But Pantheon is not trying to be EverQuest, or World of Warcraft, or Vanguard. They want to be their own thing. The problem is, a lot of people are fixated and stuck on classes in EverQuest and WoW, and they think that the exact same thing should be mirrored here. I'm on the fence about the whole charm thing with enchanters. Charm will take the social away from the game, because enchanters will try and find ways to charm certain mobs to be able to solo more reliably and not have to worry about grouping with anybody, and maybe pull along one friend as a healer or what have you. That is not this game. This game, you're supposed to make friends. I don't mean to offend everybody or anybody, but that's how this game is designed. This game is designed so that you don't rely on solo. And I get the, I'm not even going to say argument, but I get the discussion or train of thought of, well, I don't log in when most people are on and so on and so forth. I don't know what to tell you. All I can tell you is, there's a reason social is not spelled S-O-L-O. But again, that's all I can say. That's my mentality, right? You guys may love soloing. I get it. I understand soloing. I'm not going to do it. I can't stand soloing. Soloing is not fun. Soloing is not rewarding. You should never solo for on par or better gear than in a group situation. Never. Under any circumstance, for any reason, ever. But unfortunately, there are players out there that want that. I didn't notice the resistant on the other mob. I think they should bump group XP a bit more. I know they did before. Well, I believe they dropped it recently. I believe they slowed it down. The reason being is they're noticing that players are rolling alts and getting to high levels really quickly. Now, again, you can't stop somebody, I guess, from being on 12 hours a day or 14 hours a day or what have you. I get it, and I understand that. But they want it so that it takes you a long time to get levels. Now, with that said, you obviously don't want it to be molasses up a hill in the middle of a blizzard. I get it. But they're trying to find that mix where it might take you 2 months to get up there, right? Maybe even 3 months to get up there. Things are so tricky today because you have more people today that are invested in an MMORPG like this that have spare time now. Over the past 10 years, 15 years, a lot of people didn't have all that extra time like we did, you know, back at the beginning. But now, a lot of people are moving into periods of their life where they're starting to get more time, so they spend more time in these games. Unfortunately, that unbalances any sort of progression conversation. Even with streamers, even with myself, if I was a full-time streamer, and I'm not, but if I was a full-time streamer, it'd be the same thing. I would have more time to get further and do more things. That would unfortunately tip the scale in the wrong direction as far as research goes, you know, valued input. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah. Well, it's not bad. We've been here this evening. We've gotten, what, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, about 53%. It's not bad for the time that we've been here. Right. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? You guys playing Pantheon currently? Who's running a dungeon? Anybody running a dungeon? Or are you all just chilling? You're running a bees group in Wild's End? Right on. Playing a druid currently? What level's your druid, Ymira? If I'm saying that right. $16 currently. How are you liking it? Is it the class you've been waiting for? Like, have you been one of the people waiting specifically for the druid to be your main? You're a Dire Lord. Gotcha. So, playing a Dire Lord as your main, how are you finding the druid? Do you have any concerns? Any input on the class? Do you think the class is pretty good? I've had a couple people tell me that they believe Verdant Fire is overpowered. Do you feel Verdant Fire? I think it's Verdant Fire. That's the mark of pings, right? Do you find that it's OP, or do you find that it's all right? It's not OP? Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. I watch every time it goes off, and I watch like the heals to me and the heals to the group. I don't think it's overpowered either. But I've had 2 people since yesterday talk to me about it, and they both made the comment that they believe that it was overpowered. I'm like, I don't think so. Oh, what's happening? We reforming? Oh, gotcha. Working, but I have a static group that is on our 3rd attempt at a group solo self-found hardcore run. We play again tomorrow. Gotcha. You find it kind of mixed for a class? You've inspired me to make an orc warrior. Just got 5. Ogre warrior. Not OP. 30% of your mana for a damage shield and heal that pops at the end. Yeah. So I'm doing this audiobook narration for an older book, a book that was written a very long time ago. And it has chapters that are, and I kid you not, they're almost an hour long. They have the longest run-on sentences I've ever had to narrate, and more commas than I've seen in all my years of school. It is such a pain in the butt, man, to try and narrate. I'm not going to call it Old English, but it's, dudes, it's a mess. People, no, that's not the Bible, Feck. What's going on, man? How you doing? That's a bad pull. We lost our enchanter, so that iron will is going to be a problem. I just irritated my eye. Anyways, I managed to get the first 4 chapters recorded. I did chapter 4 before stream tonight. But the chapters are just immense, man. It was like 57 minutes for one chapter. I think there's like 7 chapters in the book. Dudes, I've irritated my eye. What the fudge Oreos? I mean, it was pretty crazy. We pulled 3 of them. If you know Newfoundlandese, that's how they say 3. It's tree. Tree fitty. I didn't think I rubbed my eye, guys, but that's something that irritated my eye. What a nuisance. Do some first-person tanking. Go old school. I wonder. Can I snag one of these on the reset? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm waiting for them to break, and then I'll see if I can tag one. There we go. My name is Krushnek, and I'm awesome. Hang on. I got one. What level are you? 16. Being a 16 warrior going up against a 22 dire lord, I think I'm doing a pretty fantastic job. We do. I actually lost an hour yesterday. Exactly. Oh man, I don't know really. You know, I really hope all this stuff works itself out in the wash, so to speak. There's really not much. I mean, there's not much you can do. The politics is the same whether you're in Canada or the U.S. You just hope the dude in charge or the person in charge is going to do what is best for the country and not in some sort of ignorant fashion. Ignorant meaning not having the proper knowledge, you know. Well, and again, like I said, yeah, you know, I can understand the argument of making things worse before it gets better. That's usually how it goes. You know, even like when you're building something over time, if something starts to rot, you want to remove the rot and then replace it. There is such a thing as moving too fast. I think that's what's happening, but who knows? Now, the new Prime Minister, he's only in until October, and then we have our election. So he's only in the interim because Trudeau was pretty much unceremoniously removed. But Carney, who went in yesterday or what have you, he'll have to go up for election in October. Yeah, and I'm sure it's happening up here, and I'm sure it's happening in other countries as well. It's just unfortunate, but it's, it might take a couple of people to knock down the Jenga tower and rebuild it, so to speak. South America, they started doing it with that, what's his name that went in there? Who knows? Who knows? I have no idea. I just hope things work out for the better in the long run. Whatever that long run is, I have no idea. Right. But really, I mean, that's the way it's been in half the world, like, for the last 5 years. Like, ever since pre-COVID or what have you, unfortunately, crap hit the veritable fan, and we've all had to deal with it. It's unfortunate because, unlike the U.S., Canada has, like, 1/10 the population, right? You guys have, like, 380 million, and we have, like, 38 million. So it's a totally different thing, and you guys have majorly congested cities. Like, you have probably 60% of your country is uninhabited. Now, you look at Canada and you look at the north, and of course, there's probably 70% of Canada, but with 1/10 the population, but with 1/10 the population, we don't have the same kind of stress or strain on the system that you guys do. And that's why, if someone from Canada like myself speaking with you guys in the States, it's a very difficult conversation to have without somebody getting offended. And that's not to say that the age-old adage of you never talk about politics and religion in public. I talk about everything. You guys have known me too long to know otherwise. I don't have a problem talking with anybody about anything all the time. But if you're going to get your panties in a bunch, then you should probably drop the subject with me. But again, I just hope everything works out in the wash. I just don't know how long it's going to take. I'm not a political person. There's just nothing that's rocked my world, so to speak. I heard your current PM on a hot mic saying Trump is not joking about the 51st state. I'm sure he's not. So, it's all about the resources. It's the same thing with Ukraine, right? Take the war out of the equation right now. It's all about the resources. We have the water. Canada has the water, period. Now, you might sit there and go, yeah, but we've got the ocean. It's not the same thing. You're obviously not understanding. We have the water. Trump wants the water. You guys have a lot of the states that don't have the water supply. Look at what just happened in California, right? The water issue, because they went and rerouted water out to the ocean a long time ago. I don't understand why they did that, but I don't live there, so it's not for me to know. But I can tell you that Trump wants resources. If he had the resources in Canada, he could sell the resources across the world and make more money. That's like the whole Russia-Ukraine thing. What's going to happen is, you would hope that war stops. Now, obviously, you're not going to get Russia pulling out of everywhere they're at right now. It's not going to happen regardless. You'd need a genie's lamp for that to happen. But what's going to happen is, the resources are going to come into play. So let's say this plan goes into place, whatever it is. There's a ceasefire, Russia retains whatever it has right now, and Ukraine has to deal with whatever it has left. All those resources now that Russia controls from Ukraine, they're just going to up and sell them to the U.S. So the Ukraine's going to suffer regardless. It's all down to a resource grab at this point, which is very unfortunate. But again, I don't pretend to understand the dealings of the world. What's what I'm looking for? Global economics. But I know right now it's all about resources. Everything that's going on is about resources. Bottom line. Trump can't bring business back to the States without the resources. He needs the resources. He needs to drill oil. He needs to break ground in the States. He needs the resources from Canada. He needs the resources from Ukraine. Russia's already spoken up and said that they have no problem dealing with resources with the States in order to bring the whole Ukraine thing to a halt. Putin probably doesn't want to bring the whole thing to a halt, and he'd rather take over all of Ukraine. That was his initial plan anyways. When he went in 3 years ago, his plan was to take the whole place over. He was hoping he had a big enough jump. You know, NATO went and started moving military stuff into Ukraine, and Putin's like, hey. Now, mind you, Putin also has broken just about every agreement that they've had over the last 15 years, 12 years, whatever it was, so who knows. I still think in the back of his head he wants the USSR back. And I don't mean to turn you guys off with politics talk, but as you just heard me tell my guild, I talk about everything. I'm not against talking about subjects. We don't need to get our panties in a twist. We don't need to get in an uproar. It's all just conversation. Do a ceasefire and then we'll just pause, rebuild, and start over. Yes, that's exactly what will happen, Grix. Putin will give it a few years and he'll just be at it again. And it's very unfortunate now because now you've got Europe pretty much saying, you know, we got to try and do something to brace up Ukraine. That's not going to work either. They don't have a fraction of what they need to hold up. Like Russia is back to the gills, as the phrase goes. You know, they've had years to build all this stuff up and they've had nobody to use it on. So, you know, I don't know. It's very unfortunate. And here's the thing. Even if Trump wasn't the president of the United States, even if it was somebody else, whether it was Harris, whether or not it was Biden, whether it was Arnold Schwarzenegger, Putin's not going to stop. Putin's going to do his thing. He is as hardcore as it goes. There's a reason he's kept himself in power for as long as he has. He is OG. He wants the OG glorious image of the USSR back, and he wants to, you know, he wants to finish his life saying, I did it. That's it. That's the bottom line. My group now hasn't stopped talking. They're all Americans. They're all talking amongst themselves about the whole situation. It's interesting listening to them. Oh, that's on par with... Okay, that's like similar to the orc stuff in AVP. I'm on the Spellbinder. Spellbinder's Iron-Willed. I mean, I'm always up to learning. I'll listen to these guys talk now for the next 10, 15, 20 minutes and just glean whatever they know. I'm always paying attention. Well, I'm mostly paying attention. No worries, man. Now that I know how to do the invites. Okay, let's change topic. Anybody playing Ashes of Creation? What's going on there? I know they're having their own set of issues. I know they just released, I think, their most recent development diary thing, but I didn't check it out. It costs too much to play their betas. Is it still 12 arms and a leg to get in? Star Citizen, High Fantasy Edition. A group of Americans are bringing up politics, potentially lighting a powder keg. Good call to move on. And again, like I said, I'm a very social person. I'm very outgoing. I get along with everybody. I always say that if you don't like me, you better have one hell of a reason. But I understand that not everybody can, you know, sensibly discuss stuff, so... We've had conversations like that in this channel before, but I can't assume that everybody here feels the same way. You guys are here for Pantheon. Uh-oh. That was close. Politics are the one thing that even with the group I love, I see something one way and they see it totally different. It's such a weird thing. Yeah, it's definitely uncomfortable in the world today. It's definitely uncomfortable. Here's a question. We don't need to talk about Ashes of Creation. Anybody playing Monsters and Memories? What's going on there? How's that coming along? I've been asked if I'd ever play it, and I'm not sure. Never heard of it yourself? So, Monsters and Memories is an MMO being worked on that is very similar to EverQuest. If you look up Monsters and Memories right now, or when you have 5 minutes, you just look up gameplay videos online. You'll see what I'm talking about. But it's a company working on an EQ style game, but it's very classic EQ in appearance. Eminem's looking fun for sure. They have a playtest weekend coming up. Have you seen the gameplay for Rare Obscure Expedition 33? No, it has the best graphics I've ever seen. Turn-based RPG. Expedition 33. I'm gonna make a note to check that out, Vec. Excuse me. Ah, gotcha. That was close. Hang on a second, guys. We got a bit of a tough pull here. We don't have any CC. Excuse me. Okay. They let some content creators test it a month back and record their play, and it was just okayed for them to post it last week. Oh, interesting. Alright, I will check it out. Rats. That's 3 levels we've gotten tonight in the group. Oh, this guy's dark orange. I was like, why am I not getting my battle points back reliably? Because I keep missing with my combat arts. We're still doing a pretty good job of holding aggro, though. You like the look of the orcs? I do too. Man, I am not hitting with any of my skills. The goblins at the ruins in the south look neat as well. Yes, they do. When we were over on the other server at the bog, we took a run by there, and I stopped for a minute just to take a look at them. I really do like the aesthetic of this zone. I just wish there was more to do here as far as like quests, right? For those who don't know, there's only a handful of introductory quests here because they've spent quite a while not having someone to lay out the quest lines, the quests, draw them up, what have you. I believe that's going to change. I think they started putting in a couple of quests already in this zone. I believe there are quite a few more to come. But I really like the fact that you can go just down the lift of the town and fight all the newbie stuff, and then run 7 minutes in a certain direction, and you're facing level 36 stuff. The 37 stuff. Some of the new quests lead you to the Blue Goblins. Oh, nice. I am so glad they were able to bring a couple of their reserves off the bench. It's nice to see. Or it's nice to hear, I should say. That was weird. What happened there? Whoops. Do. Can you show your gear? Sure, man. Most of my gear is crafted. My armor, all of my armor is crafted. My weapons are drops. So for our earrings, we have the brass stud earring of might, +2 strength, crafted. We also have another one on the other side. Our helmet is the Guardian's Iron Helm, which is a tier 3 recipe, 19 AC, 12 health, 27 hit rating. Oh, that's the other thing. When I was talking about how I was going to play this warrior a bit differently, focusing more on constitution, I'm also focusing more on offense. So I'm taking a lot of hit rating stuff as well, as opposed to hit points, stamina, parry, that sort of thing. Just to see what the difference is. Our shoulders are the Vanguard's Iron Spalders. Again, tier 3 crafted. 3 stamina, 14 hit rating. Our breastplate, tier 3, 36 AC, 3 strength, 14 hit rating. Bracers, tier 3, constitution and health. That was the only recipe that he had that was remotely what I was looking for. Our legs are the Mender's Iron Greaves, stamina and health. Our belt is the Braced Hide Belt. That was a drop. I haven't gotten an upgrade as of yet. Plate gauntlets, again, tier 3 crafted, +3 strength, 14 to hit rating. Boots, Vanguard's Iron, 27 AC, 3 con, 14 hit rating. 2 strength ring, 2 agility ring. It was a spare ring that a guildie had. I have no interest in agility whatsoever. We have the Jungle Forged hatchet for our one-hand axe, right? As a warrior, you want to have all weapon types. So we have our one-hand axe, which drops here. We have our apprentice staff, which apparently is bugged right now due to latency. It shows 0 damage in level 51, but if I relog, it fixes it. It's a known issue, just ignore it. This is... Oh, are all our weapons busted? No, just those two. Interesting. Guardian's Blade, tier 2 crafted weapon, I believe. Greatsword. Dull Iron Dagger, that dropped... Where did that drop? I think that dropped in the Goblin Caves, I think. Cloth Punching Wrap, that's the starting wrap that you buy at the beginning for nothing in order to go out and beat up the bandits. I just kept it to level hand-to-hand. Fade Steel Bastard Sword. This is a sword that drops in Halnirs. Or I think it's Halnirs. Fade Steel? I think that's Halnirs. Thorn Steel. I believe that's here somewheres. Might even be this camp. I'm not sure. Jungle Forged Great Hammer. That dropped here. That's our heavy crushing or our two-hand crushing. We have an Icebone Pummeler. This is the one-hand crushing that drops from Hangor. And then over here we have the Mace, which is the one-hand crusher, which drops here. Oh, Thornsteel is the AVP orcs. Gotcha, thank you. And that's pretty much it. The shield is the guardsman's bulwark. 13 AC, 2 stamina, 3 magic resist, 490 block rating, 38 block value. It's pretty solid. We're on a brief AFK at the moment. We had a couple of group members that had to step AFK. I gotta figure out what the next tune's gonna be. I guess if they do any sort of merge, I might jump back on the Paladin, because if we can get more population on the server... Why am I having a right mouse button issue here? Disengaging my mouse. Is that normal? Weird. Agility con. What's our blade at? 51. Okay, we don't need it. Axe is 49. We'll go dagger next. Well, actually, we could do wield next. We'll go dagger and hand to hand. Yeah, we'll go dagger hand to hand. We'll let the Dire Lord tank a few until we get our skill up. Oh. people with the warrior, people were also having an issue with the readiness as far as recharging it. I don't have an issue with it. I don't know why. The only thing I can think of is people are trying to spam their skills too quickly. Oh wait, sword's already leveled. I said dagger next, right? Oh shoot, I went into combat. Jima, how do you start and maintain aggro? Sometimes what I'll do is I'll open with Strike of Breaking and hope it lands. That way at least we start the AC debuff, so my attacks do a little bit more damage. And then I'll probably open up with either Taunt or Mocking Blow, one or the other. And then as long as I pay attention to my marquee up here and balance my battle points with my readiness, I really don't have much of an issue. Like, I'm in here at level 16 with a 22 Dire Lord, and I've been holding aggro the majority of the evening. I only just recently stopped doing it because I figured I'd level up my weapon skills. See, there's the taunt, there's Mocking Blow, and then I start the debuff. Then I howl for the group to increase their damage, and then I just cycle. I pay attention to how much damage the group is doing to the mob, I pay attention to who the orc's target is, and then I figure out what skills I'm going to use accordingly. Like, this guy's light orange right now, and I'm still holding it off of a 22 Dire Lord. And that's significant because a Dire Lord generates aggro on pretty much every ability it has. Ah, shoot. Damn it, I wasn't fast enough. Dude, oh, fast enough. Good, perfect. Well, I'm holding aggro on this guy right now using a 2 damage wrap and a 5 damage dagger. I love warriors. Next wipe always open with Mocking Blow followed by Point and Laugh and Die Alone, right? Are those orcs comparable to the group orcs in AVP? Yes, they're about the same level, yes. Around level 20. I think the AVP orcs go to like 17, don't they? Maybe 18? M has them listed 16 to 23. Gotcha. We haven't seen anybody here 23. That's the bad boy right there. Best kind of conversation. We're pretty chill. Oh, that's for player level? Gotcha. Oh, yes, yes. I could see that. Yeah, 23 could kill level 20 content. It'd be light green, light blue. Cedar trees aren't until Hangor. That's correct. You may find some cedar spots in AVP outside of Hangor if you're willing to explore, but they're rare. We do. We need more people, but we also need more towns and cities. We need people to spread out. People get clustered in half a dozen cities. Well, we've had a whole lot of people show up, and there's been no new towns and cities over the past 15 years. Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal. It is possible to get cedar from Hangor at level 19. It's extremely thrilling. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine how careful you gotta be. Got engaged in Victoria. Oh, right on, Uke. I think Vancouver's a cool asset. So Vancouver is Canada's Hollywood, for those who don't know. That's where a lot of stuff is filmed, is in Vancouver. A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff you might think is American was actually filmed in Vancouver. This might be a problem. I was looking for a one-hand and a two-hand. I was given a two-hand yesterday, so I've got the two-hand covered. The one I have is, oh, it's broken right now. Yeah, it's that 0 damage level 51 bug where you gotta relog to fix it. You know what's becoming bigger down here, Krushnek? Poutine. Really? Poutine? Dude. Oh, there's nothing. Man. Great poutine is fantastic and 1000% unhealthy. Being in a lot of pubs these days. Dude, poutine is fantastic. But again, like I said, it'll probably end you much easier. Or much earlier than normal. Don't eat it regularly. I had high tea at the Empress in Vancouver. Then later that day we were all out downtown, walked around a corner. Let's just say, I guess that's where the night ladies are legal. Yeah. Had it in a pub in Gettysburg. Wow. Yo, poutine. Did you like it? For those who don't know, poutine is a Canadian creation. I believe started in Quebec. It involves fries, cheese curds, and gravy. And what a lot of restaurants do that serve it, they'll actually use different types of gravy, different types of spices in the gravy. But you got to be really careful. Poutine will clog your arteries pretty quickly. Your family loves it? Right on, man. That's fantastic. We have a place here called the Smokes Poutineery, and they have like 40 different types. All sorts of types. Like, it's crazy. And the place is actually called the Poutineery. The best we ever got was in Bromont, Quebec, in a town where I think we were the only 4 people who spoke English. What's that? 25% away. 75% in. I like biscuits and gravy, which can be just as bad as your poutine. Yes. Well, I mean, let's be honest. Anything that's, you know, dough related is bad when not in moderation. Based on level 21. Okay, man, have a good night. It's got to be exciting. One of our guildies is getting his new computer tomorrow. He's excited. It's always an exciting time when you get a new PC. In today's age, it's like a new car. Funny story, so we got engaged in 2003. Stopped by our house to pick up something. So I was asking for the girl by her EQ name. Dude, so back in the day when the internet was relatively new, I used to meet people all over the world. And I had quite a few people actually come and visit over the years, which was interesting. It was interesting to have company from New Zealand, Australia, Italy, Greece, Portugal, Kansas, Kentucky, Florida, Brazil, all over the place. Dude, it was a fascinating time when the internet was new. And you got into, what was the program? I want to say it was called Pal Talk, I think is what it was called. And I met I have so many stories. I can't tell most of them on here. Man. Those were the days. You no longer relied on reading your local newspaper or watching what was on the news. You could actually talk to somebody live, the next city over, the next province, the next state, the next country, the next continent. It was an amazing time. Not so much today. Today everybody gets born and poof, there's the internet. But back then it was special. Nothing was regulated. Everything was unfiltered. Talk about gaming, jump into EverQuest, you know, in the beginning. Go to raid Vox. A couple months into the game's release. Everybody shows up with their dial-up connections. There's over 400 people standing in permafrost. A cleric casts one buff. 50 people get disconnected. Takes them 2 to 5 minutes to get back on. As they log in, more people get disconnected. Becomes an ongoing thing the whole day on day, week on week, month on month. It was an interesting time. It was pretty funny. Well, I shouldn't say funny. Now it's funny. Back then it was stressful. You get ready to pull a mob in EQ, and then your healers, or your tanks and healers all go link dead because they got disconnected because somebody decided to call to speak to their family, or because the game just crashed from too many connections. I wish I could pop a video file up on the computer of back then, just to show people what it was like. Social media wasn't a thing. EQ, that's right. EQ was social media. You're right. Ultima Online, not so much. But yes, EQ was definitely social media. Ultima Online was a bunch of griefers. Ultima Online was a grief fest. For sure. Yeah, how many people know what link dead means? That's true. You know, it's really fascinating to go from console gaming to like your 286, 386, and 486 PCs. Then you jump into EverQuest, and EverQuest changes the game. For those who weren't around when EQ first launched, feel free to go on YouTube and look up EverQuest original graphics or EQ launch gameplay and look at what the original graphics of EverQuest look like. Not what it looks like now, what it looked like back then. That was world-changing when that happened. We had never seen anything like it. It was 2D characters brought to 3D, and it looked like a bunch of ice cubes stuck together. It was insane. The feeling, turning that on for the first time and seeing the character select and seeing, like, man, I wish I could input that feeling into you guys, those of you that might not have experienced it. Today, you don't get that same feeling. Today, you come out, you've got an iPad by 5, you're playing WoW by 6. And then you go from EverQuest, and then the trailer for Unreal comes out. Not the Unreal Engine, the first Unreal, and not the game Unreal, the trailer for Unreal. And you just sat back and you're like, holy cow, where are we going? Where are we going? That Unreal trailer of the hangar was just, man. It is not like today. Some people say today's gaming is degrading. Or degrading, I mean. Like going backwards. I know there's been a bit of a meme online about, I think there's a video of somebody who's playing Witcher 3 for the first time now, and Witcher 3 came out in 2015, yet they bring up, what was the game? It wasn't Avowed. There's a game that just came out recently. I think it was like a big single-player experience. And the guy was looking at today's game versus 2015, and he's like, what's going on? Like, are we going backwards? I was like, man. Like telling the millennials how different it was seeing Star Wars Episode 4. 1977. That's true. That's true. I remember jumping into consoles, jumping forward a few years. I remember when Uncharted launched for the PlayStation, or the PS3. Uncharted came out, and they showed the first trailer, and it looked like an Indiana Jones movie. And my jaw hit the floor because I thought we were already at peak. Whatever it was at the time, I thought we were already at peak. But then the Uncharted trailer came out, and I was like, holy cow, what is this? By the way, Uncharted was a phenomenal franchise. If you guys haven't played it, if you have a console, feel free to play it. It's a lot of fun. You'll laugh. You might cry, tear up. A lot of action. But being someone who has grown up through all the evolutions of technology has just been wild. Just wild. There's not so much today, right? The last 10 years. When you're born, you come into the world. Gaming is pretty much where it is, plus or minus a millimeter or two of movement. But back then, it was miles of movement, man. Every couple of years, miles of movement. Recently played Alan Wake Remastered, got it for $7.99. That game looks sharp too. I mean, where we are right now with gaming, truth be told, with games like Uncharted, Alan Wake, etc., I really don't see how we go any further ahead as far as graphics are concerned, you know? Accessibility, sure, you're talking about virtual reality, you know, that whole experience. But as far as moving forward, like, you can't go, we've seen everything graphically, right? The only other place you can go is live video, and we did that 25 years ago. So that's already out of the way. My sides hurt for so long because he swore he was paying attention, and I knew what was going to happen. 2 or 3 pulls in, he just got excited because he's trying to do his best job with the DPS, and he's not paying attention to where he's moving, and then pew, right over the top of the plate. Like, dude. The funniest part was he was puzzled every time, like he couldn't figure out why it happened. You'll get Alan Wake 2 when it goes on sale. Oh, Wing Commander. Yeah, man. Well, Wing Commander, think of the Sega CD, the 32X. All those games. What was it, D3? Or D... Was it D3? Is that what it was called? It was just called D. I don't remember. But all those games that implemented live video. Like, that was already done. So there really is nowhere else to go from here. As far as improvements. And I feel like that's why a lot of the games today aren't holding up to the games of yore, because people are trying to find the most economically pathway to bringing out something that'll make money, you know? Roblox is popular, Minecraft is popular, so why not do something that looks a little bit like it, you know, belongs 20 years ago? I'm not saying all games are like that. There are some sharp-looking games today, but I don't see how they improve on it. Where do you go? Where do you go from Uncharted? You don't. I mean, even look at a game like Battlefront. Look at Battlefront 2. Star Wars, I think it's Star Wars Battlefront 2. Look at the character models there. That's fluid, smooth, no jagged edges. Everything is phenomenal. And that game is old. I remember thinking the pointy boobs and the female models in EQ were so risque, and now jiggle physics is a vocab word. Yeah. What was was it Virtua Fighter? No. What was the wrestling game? Rumble Roses? I think it was Rumble Roses, Rumble Rose, something. When that came out for the PlayStation, I think it was called Rumble Rose. I could be wrong. Rumble something. So back in the, so as some of you may know, maybe a number of you don't know, the rating system for media is different around the world, of course. In Australia, there are a number of titles as far as video games go that they have banned over the years because of their content, even though they haven't been banned anywhere else. Grand Theft Auto being one of those, just as an example. Speaking of violence or ultra-violence, there was a game that was made illegal, I believe, in most of the gaming world a long time ago. The game was called Thrill Kill. It was designed for the PlayStation, and it was a fighting game where you picked one of, I think, a dozen different characters, and you could play up to 4 people on a map at a time. And it was a fighting game. You fought each other. But the stuff you could do and the violence in that game blew the water, no other game had been like it ever. And it got banned so fast. And I remember we had to get an import from Europe because they didn't have the same laws or what have you. And I remember being on a really crappy looking disc. But it was one of my all-time favorite games to play because of all the moves you could do in the game. Whoa. What am I gonna do? Am I gonna die? Okay, we're out. But yeah, if you get a chance, you might be able to look it up and check it out online on YouTube. But it was called Thrill Kill. You might want to type in Thrill Kill PlayStation. It was a wildly violent game. Wildly. Mortal Kombat didn't have anything on it in the beginning. There's 2 on them. There's a Pathfinder down here. That one down at the bottom of the hill there, if you target it, you'll see that he's on Krant. Alright, good stuff. Okay, chat. It is 1 a.m. my time. I must leave because I have work in the morning. Boo. Anyhow, to those of you that are still here, thank you very much for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed your time. Hope you guys chilled. If not, lurked, what have you. Thanks for the conversation. We should be live tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know what the plan is. We'll probably be on this guy, I believe. Probably be around 7 p.m. Eastern, I would say, is when we'll try and start. If I'm a little late, I'll be live at least by no later than 8 p.m. Eastern, and we'll run just like we did this evening. But I think I really want to try and record another chapter tomorrow after work. Regardless, before I keep yapping and stay up all night, you guys have a good night or a good day wherever you are, and I hope to see you on the next stream. Take care.